All right, okay, something new for today. Coming back with massive value, as I would say, giving thanks to for everything that comes through, good or bad. It's all part of the plan. Give thanks every time. Don't worry or stress your mind, because it's going to be all right. Like they say. So, what's new for today? Looking at adding things to version 1. And, really, this has just begun, and I keep getting better and better. So, give thanks for that. Staying true to what I do, coming back almost every day, working through the problems and not giving up. So no bluff, I'm learning a lot, and it's just the beginning. Gonna build on new features. So what I've done so far for version 1 with the Stackivate app is I've made an onboarding experience that goes to the main theme of the project, which is showing people that investment's not one size fits all. And I understood this through the more I invested, the more I understood myself. So then the more I understood myself, the more I was able to build my own style of investments. And essentially everything out there that I see is one size fits all. So this is starting people on through a quiz that puts them in a very basic archetype based on where they fit into a certain category of investments or investing styles. And now I'm going to build the next step that's going to take them to the next level, give them a more specific view on where they are as an investor. And all this is free, all this is on the free tier. So essentially what this is going to be is it's going to be, I got the time machine feature that was part of the MVP. So this is basically, you can go back in time to a random year in the stock market, and you have some of the top major stocks, maybe 20 are on there right now. I'll probably expand that later, but essentially you can buy and sell these and fast forward through a year, whether you want to do it a week, a month, a day at a time, and then it'll tell you how you did over the year. So it gives you a year's worth of experience in as quick as just a couple minutes, depending on how much effort you want to put into it. So that being said, I'm about to add on some journal entry stuff to it. So now this can be once you have a profile, you have your own dashboard based on that profile. It takes you down a specific path based on your archetype. This is part of the path with other learning stuff depending on that archetype. So it puts you into that. Now you can start journaling, and it's going to give you I'm thinking probably what it's going to be is maybe a weekly, very basic summary of things that it's learning about your style and how to help you get better. And essentially that's going to also direct you towards the paid tier, which is going to be full AI coaching that's going to be dialed in to help you dig way deeper into your own style and help you actually find your own investment style based on that. So this is essentially showing you a free preview of what you can get in the paid tier. That's going to be 100 times better than free, but at least people can start to get an idea. All right, so I'm going to give you a rundown, and this is basically a quantum leap. I'm upgrading the time machine, stepping back into the code to make the time machine fly, adding a journaling engine that money simply cannot buy. So there's going to be no more basic paper trading or just looking at a screen. And sorry, there was something wrong with the screen for a second, but it just came back. Anyway, no more basic paper trading, just looking at a screen, building the smartest feedback loop the market's ever seen. It's a sovereign leap in value, dropping power from the soul, keeping every single user moving closer to their goal. Giving people a journal to capture how they think and how they feel, turning psychological habits into the metrics that are real. From the patterns in the data, a true reflection will appear, teaching them their unique style and wiping out the fear. It's a personalized coach built directly in the state, helping builders find their edge before they ever risk a plate. This is the master extension of the quiz we just got through, taking those 4 basic archetypes and leveling up the view. Mapping out the tracks, now we deepen the design, making sure the user's history and future self align. Shifting lines, stacking blocks so the inside is clear, creating the ultimate dashboard for the modern pioneer. I'm not competing for crumbs or looking for a boss's hand. I'm coding the custom empires that will dominate the lands. The world. The internet is full of tools that are shallow and cold, but I'm crafting financial fortresses worth more than literal gold. Wealth is flowing through the prompts, the execution is supreme as I turn the tech stack into a cash flowing machine. 74 days deep and the fire is burning bright. While the world is somewhat asleep, I'm doing this with a lot of might. So, sitting within the top percentage because I do not stop. Every line of code I write is just a step up to the top. Momentum is a flywheel that is spinning clean and fast, building out a product legacy that's guaranteed to last. That's about that. So you know, getting into what I do, building something that's true. And let's see, I'm going to be going into Claude Code to start. I'm going to put it on max effort. Alright, so what I want to do is make these upgrades to the time machine. And, you know, I'm thinking go with everything like, switch it so you can make it whether it's like 1 year, 3 years, or 5 years in a row. Let me get some feedback on you. I'm thinking like 1 year, make it so you can just skip through like a week or a month at a time. 2 years, make it so you can just skip through like a month or a year at a time. And then 5 years, I'm thinking the same thing, a month or a year at a time. And then also want to have this, you know, basic journaling on it. Want help from you on what all to include. You know, this is version 1, so, you know, this is kind of like a rough draft. I can add on things over time. And then I definitely want to have the, you know, the basic, guess what would it be, like, you know, like a read, maybe like once a week. The person can get like analysis, kind of like where they are and like how they're evolving, and you know how their style for investing is developing and where it fits. You know, just the most basic stuff for the free tier. So you know, this is what I'm thinking so far, and I mean, this is definitely part of like an extension of the archetypes. And we already wired up, so like the archetypes take people through their dashboard on a different path. And this can essentially be like part of that, part of their path and their dashboard. And it would make sense that they get to this part based on like, you know, their learning experience and what they know and they don't know. But what I'm thinking is it makes more sense just to build this out first, and then I guess deal with like how it fits into the archetype path. Let me know what you think about all this, any extra questions you have, and then we can, so we can work on planning this build. No joke, that was one of the best NBA games I've ever seen last night. That was like a finals game 7. It's like, man, I was totally glad that I did the stream early yesterday so I could catch that game. I had a feeling that was going to be a good one. as for the main question, I think I'm understanding what you're saying. Not 100% sure, but basically, for the 3-year and 5-year modes, I have it set so I think it's like right now the time machine goes back to maybe like 1995 or something like that. So it'll be like, it won't show the year, but it should do like let's say it starts you on 2002, then like year 2 would be 2003, year 2 would be 2004, etc. And it wouldn't show you what those years are until you're done. And right now, it shows the asset classes. So I guess if somebody really wanted to cheat, they could go look up like those assets and look back in time to like see when they were that price. But I mean, that's not even 100% because they could be the same price multiple years. And also that would defeat the purpose. If they cheated, then they wouldn't get the lesson. So I'm not really worried about that. And right now also there's only maybe I was saying 10 or 20 stocks. I don't have any kind of ETFs built in, but the way the time machine works is it shows you how you did at the end compared to the S&P 500 from those same years. And also, I'm not 100% sure that the years on the time machine are actually 100% accurate. I think I thought I did when I set it up with the API for stocks, that it used maybe Yahoo stocks to get that data, but I'm not 100%. So, that was just the MVP. I want to definitely make sure it's accurate. That could probably be done afterwards. I don't think it would affect the wiring of anything done right now. If it does, let me know. I agree with all your defaults. My idea was 1 year, 3 years, and 5 years options. I definitely agree with the doing the analysis once per real time week, and then that could be on the dashboard, I'm thinking, because they would have to sign in to be able to get the journaling. So make it so the journaling, I think if you can do this, make it so the journaling isn't active unless you sign in, or maybe even make it so the journaling option is there for anyone, but then it says they can't use it unless they sign in and use it. It's because they the results will be on the dashboard. I think that's everything you wanted to know from me. So if you have any more questions, go ahead and ask. Just looking at this game, I would not be surprised if Cleveland beats New York in this series. Definitely don't think this series is going to be as good That one last night, man. That one last night. That's gonna be good all the way. I feel like that's the finals right there. I feel like that game last night was like the real best two teams against each other. And then the actual finals is gonna be whoever wins this one is definitely gonna I think they're gonna win the finals easy. Respect every time to the chat. Welcome back to the Monarch. Thank you for that. Definitely making some progress. You know, it's just the beginning. I really feel like I'm like at a new level with this, where you know, everything I've been doing is like, you know, what I've been learning from other people. Up till now, I feel like I'm starting to get in kind of like an uncharted territory, and I'm starting to take things in like, you know, a new direction, kind of. So yeah, it's good to have you here. Good to have you here from the start. I know I'm going to be looking back like, you know, 6 months, a year from now. I'm going to be remembering everybody that was here from the beginning. And I mean, yeah, this is just the beginning. The progress is just going to like exponentially get better and better. These businesses will get better. You know, the main thing, like I'm saying, is it's all about providing value. That's what I'm like keeping it at with the abundance mindset with all these businesses. Is like there's enough for everybody. Can always be a win-win. You know, focus on providing as much value as you can, not on making money, and the money will come. It's all about focusing on providing value. So, you know, that motivates me to keep making more progress. The way I have this wired up on the paid tier is that the journal pops up whenever someone buys or sells something. So I'm thinking about doing this the same way for the free tier. I think like every time someone clicks buy for like an asset, whatever it is, it'll have like the journal. And this will be like, you know, probably not as like full for questions as the paid tier. I want to start it like, you know, super basic with just like the main things that matter the most, and then I can like add stuff later. But unless you can think of a better idea, I'm thinking every time someone buys, they'll fill in the information, and then when they hit sell, or if they even hit sell, they'll fill in the information. All right, so what I'm thinking is, you know, the way it is in the paid tier is if people are on the journaling, the journaling pops up if they click buy, and then it pops up when they click sell. So before they like buy or sell, they got to put in the information. That's how I want to do on the free tier, and just start with the most basic questions. So it's like they don't have to answer a whole bunch of questions. Just make it super simple for them to like answer the most basic questions when they buy or sell. Not sure what happened there. Thought I was clicking to hopefully it got that in with the right question with that answer. It says user declined to answer questions. No, that's not what happened. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Okay. Alright, I don't know what happened there. I was trying to like answer a question and then you just like said that I skipped all the questions. So I did want to answer these questions. That was the answer that I just gave you to the journaling question. And the bigger question based on like not having the historical actual data years in, I do want to add those in, but I'm guessing like for right now, I don't need to add them in as a part of this build. It sounds like that's a bigger build. So we can just leave it as it is for right now. And then I can do that build later. So based on what you know now, go ahead and ask me the rest of the questions that I wanted to answer that I didn't get to answer. Give thanks every time. Life and health and strength. They don't run things, neither me. Who run things is just the Almighty. Not their king or their queen or their court jury. Yes, start building. Everything looks good to me. Hello, Hattis. Welcome back to the chat. Respect every time. I'm doing all right. How about you? Just building something new. Still keep thinking about that game. I don't know if you saw that game last night, man. That NBA game. That was one of the best basketball games I think I've seen in my life. They're asking Wemby at the end. They're like, how did you do that? He's like, I don't know. This is the first time I've ever been in this situation. I was like, yeah, man. That's like, this is going to be a good series. NBA, National Basketball Association. Yeah, basketball in America. And It was Western Conference Finals Game 1. OKC, who won the champ last year, versus San Antonio. And it was crazy, man. It went into like triple overtime. But that was a really good game. Haven't seen anything like that in a long time. So you've been building anything new, learning anything new in the vibe coding agentic orchestration scene? All agent orchestration is built into Claude Code automatically now, just have to instruct it. That's kind of what I'm seeing. And if anything new is like invented, if somebody else builds it, I'm sure Claude Code will just implement it as soon as they find out about it. Or Codex or whatever agent it is. I think the future is going to be going into more of agents like Hermes. You know, I'm interested to see if Claude Code is going to go into that, like, that direction. You've been focused on the outdoor stuff. Well, you know, sometimes that's good. I definitely go through periods of like just being focused on the outdoor stuff too. Kind of see it now as like seasons. Done many stretches of like month to like, you know, month to 2 months at a time of like just doing like mountain biking all over the desert or snowboarding all over the mountains, surfing every day. But right now, this is where I want to be, and I feel like consistency is the key. So, you know, that time will come again. But right now, I feel like this is the season I'm in. So you're excited about the exercise and don't mind the slowdown of dev work. You're saying it's not progressing in the right direction without enough supervision. So kind of doing everything 3 times. I don't really understand what you mean. What is not progressing in the right direction without enough supervision? So you're not, I don't think you're talking about like outdoor stuff. I think you're talking about like AI and like updates or something maybe. You give a broad set of instructions for Claude. It will work for the day or so, and then you have to clarify most of it because it assumed things wrong. That just kind of happened to me on this build, and I had to like stop it right when I caught it doing it. Pitfalls of not being there to the correct course. So it sounds like you're doing it, I don't know what you mean by not being there. Are you like just doing it from your phone? To where you've got like, you can just send a message to your phone and then it runs Claude on like a computer or something like that, and then you just like have it like working all day on something and you don't really see what it did until the end of the day. Remote control, okay. So I know some people build like that where they'll just like, you know, let AI agents build everything for them, or like just kind of like give a bunch of like prompt, like a bunch of instructions, and then just like, you know, have it build like a ton of things for, and like build like overnight or something like that. But the main reason I don't do that is because, you know, one, I'm still learning, but now I'm getting better to where I could do that. But through learning the way I did, I see that like, if you build something on like a shaky foundation, if it makes a mistake on like, you know, the foundation of what's being built and you don't catch it, then everything else it builds on top of that is going to be wrong. So then you end up spending a ton of time building, a ton of tokens. Then you find out something was wrong from the start, and then you have to go back and like change everything anyway. So then it's like waste of time and money. You have usage and you're never home. I see. So you're saying that's basically like it's that or nothing for your situation, which like I guess makes sense. You can still like, you know, catch what it did wrong and then the next day just have it fix it. But definitely gonna take a cut on quality, but I mean if it's that or nothing, that's better than nothing. Progress is progress, you know? I hear what you're saying. Everything is clear cut if it works or not. Just a lot of extra time. So like the quality of like, I get it, like the quality of the build, but if it gets something wrong, then it doesn't work, and then you have to just go back and make it work, I think is what you're saying. Alright, so checking through, making sure this part of the plan built right. Start the dev server so that I can check out phase 1, and then I'll let you know when I'm done. Man, Cleveland is I feel like this series is over. 92-71. Yeah, this game is over. I'm saying right now, give it like 95% chance Cleveland wins the series. Thought it was going to be New York too. All right, dev server's up. Check this out. Get these switched up today, but it's okay. All right, so here we go. So before it was just 1 year automatic. So I'm checking for monthly skip. Okay, it looks like they're all there. So it didn't default to month skip. Start the year 3. Oh yeah, it defaulted, but they're all there. Okay, I see. And 5 years should default to year. Sometimes you win just by doing nothing. All right. I'll try 5 year without or with buying something. I found a bug. That or froze in some type of way. Interesting. Weird. Just did all the tests you recommended for phase 1. Go ahead and start phase 2 unless you have any questions for me. Welcome back to the chat, Anna. Good to see you every time. Hope you're doing good. What's on your mind today? Did you get the agents running? All right. What am I going to research next? Someone from the chat recommended that I research PGP. What is that in relation to like vibe coding and dev and coding, stuff like that? Welcome to the chat. Mohammed, respect every time. So I'm building the Stackivate. Just did the MVP launch a couple weeks ago. Version 1. Can check it out. It looks like you're on YouTube. The link is in the description. Or you can even Google it too. It's like activate and stack. Activate the stack. Make your money work for money work for you. Financial freedom. Create your own investing style for free. It's all free on the free tier. This IKB, I don't know what that means. You're from India, Tirupati town, Andhra Pradesh state. No doubt, I'm from America. I'm from I feel like I live in so many places. From the Midwest. Basically, Chicago to Minneapolis. Say all these places. But, you know, trying to make the world my home, not just America. So you know, one day I got to get to India. Not sure what's good in your area, in that Tirupati town. What's it like out there? They got beaches, they got mountains, they got good food, they got good weather. What do people do out there? And what's your are you like a developer? Are you just new to this? Are you building things already? I always like to hear what other people are building. Hear about people's workflow, stuff like that. Oh man, the Knicks are catching up. I called it too early. I'm like, Cleveland's up 20 points in the fourth quarter. It's over. Nope. Underestimated the Knicks again. Alright, so it's done. Check it out. See what it's about. Not seeing that. So here's where the journal should appear. Yeah. Sold way too early. Try to buy more than I can afford. $1,000. Not enough cash. Everything seemed to work right except for the first one. I signed out, I clicked buy, and the option to like log in did not come up. I don't know, maybe that's because I'm on the like admin dev server, but I was definitely signed out and it didn't come up. Everything else worked the way it's supposed to work. So let me know what you think about that. It sounds like it's a good idea to commit right now before we go on to phase 3. And also too, the only one I wasn't able to do was the dashboard one because I'm on live stream right now and I'm gonna hook up the dashboard after the stream is done for security reasons. So let me know what you think. Welcome to the chat, AI Cloud Memory. Respect every time. Good looking out. Without a doubt. Welcome to the community. It's all about the unity. Vibe Coding Nation on the business station with the abundance mindset regulation. All right, I want you to do a commit using that reasonable commit message that you had just created. Feature ship time machine journal model plus sync phase 2. They did it. Overtime. New York came back. No way. Called it too early. Thought that game was over. It's crazy because Cleveland did the same thing to Detroit. Thought that game was over. Man, I remember that. I was like, dude, Detroit's losing after that. That broke their spirit. They could have won that game. Now Cleveland, the same thing happened to them. Well, not yet. New York's ahead right now, though. Underestimated this game. I didn't think this would be that good of a game, but you know, can see the highlights at least. Oh, I think New York's gonna win now. Going back to the elevator. I'm ready for phase 3. Changed my mind on the elevator. Welcome back, Javi D. How you doing? Good to see you every time. Respect. You catch that game last night? That was a classic. That San Antonio and OKC. Now we got New York coming back to win it in overtime after, or it looks like they're about to win it. They're down in the fourth, like 20 points to Cleveland. Actually, I don't even know if you watch basketball, but the app's going good. The building on a new feature. So basically, like, the beginning of version 1 was the onboarding, getting people into their own like individual archetype for investing. And now I'm making it so that the time machine is expanded and has journaling, and then that can go into the dashboard where people get a better read on, you know, an even more laser focused read on what their style is. So, you know, it goes beyond the archetype. And that's just kind of like a preview of what's in the paid tier. So once people, I think, see the value and start to get a more like clear picture of you know, how they can like develop their own style for investing that works for them, then I think they'll start to more and more see the value of the paid tier. So just straight building ever since I started this stream today, and everything's been running smooth. Oh, you haven't watched football since Emmitt Smith? No doubt. Oh no, he was pulled out on a stretcher. That's not good. But I was actually talking about basketball, not football. But it's all right. Yeah, we got the Eastern and Western Conference finals right now, and whoever wins both sides goes to play in the overall finals. And last night was like triple overtime, like close game the whole way through. One of the best games I've seen in my life. But I do remember the Emmitt Smith days. And I've definitely I've been to an NFL game before where I unfortunately I've seen people getting carried out like that right in front of me, and man, that's like no joke, man. That's a violent game, man. Like, I'm glad I didn't I like playing football like at the park, like with my friends and stuff growing up, but I'm glad I did not like get into like that college or pro path, because pretty much everybody I know who did that, man, like they're messed up from in like one way or another. So yeah, that game is no joke. Yes, they are. Good games are far and few between now. That was a classic. I'll remember that one for a while. And you know, I'm just fortunate I was able to catch it. I had a feeling it was going to be a good one. Like this one, I thought wasn't going to be that close. I already like thought Cleveland was going to win when they were up like 20 points in the fourth quarter. New York came back at the last minute, went into overtime, and now they're winning. So shows what I know, even though I follow the NBA pretty close. But definitely, you know, I feel like I'm glad. Even like last night's game was good, but I'm glad I'm vibe coding. I can still just catch the score on my phone while I'm vibe coding, and feel like I'm making a ton of progress. Looking more into the agents, like Hermes agent, hooking it up to everything, strategizing, building more features. Not yet. I got it all planned out though. I might even start building it tonight if I get time. But if not tonight, I'm looking at tomorrow. Just like setting it up with like first task and, you know, working with it, setting it up, training it on like one thing and see how it goes from there, and then just start building it up. I feel like I took a massive level up. I feel like foundation is set. Now I'm getting to where like I feel like I'm catching up to where everybody's at. Like the top people in this space, like I've been like following what they're doing, and like I'm starting to get there, like catching up to that. And it's been an awesome journey so far, but I mean, this is just the beginning. A year from now, 2 years from now, I feel it. I'm gonna be like one of the top people in the space, and you guys are all here, man. It's good to see all you guys here from day one. Really, like I know, like we'll remember these times, man. Like a year, 6 months from now, 2 years from now, and things will progress so much. Well, I'll be thinking back to the early days and how far things have come. So definitely respect, and it's good to have people from the start of the community like yourself, and it's only going to get better. Put that in the title, and I'll have a swarm of people watching. What are you saying? The Hermes agent? Put the Hermes in the title? I think that's what you mean. You're trying to rush your app quick. Been at it since this morning, going on 14 hours. That's a build right there, man. That's hopefully you're taking some breaks. You need to get it tested by users for some solid feedback. Just not enough time. Well, hey, whenever you get it up, let me know and I'll Google it, and can even check it out live on stream. You can help explain what it's doing and what I should be like testing, and give you my feedback. And same thing with anybody watching. Respect every time. Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe too. So what I want to do is I got the link in the description. You can check out Stackivate. Let me know what you think. I feel like I'm on the brink of something big, so just got to keep on building and marketing, and it'll get there. All right, so I'm gonna test what is just built. So I got 3 buys. Oh, 4 buys and 2 sells. Okay. Okay, here's what we got. The patterns. 2 of the 4 were buying the dip. Okay, it's not bad. That's working. No pattern there. Does the RSI show up okay on my side? I'll check that out real quick. Let's see. Yes, it looks good to me. I know there was a bug there before that I fixed. Sometimes, like, if other indicators were clicked on, the RSI wasn't working, but it looks like I fixed it. Maybe it didn't commit, and maybe that's why. So I'm guessing that you're having an issue with the RSI not showing right, which I remember that bug from before. So I'll bring that up after the build is done to have it check that out. But I'm thinking if I'm seeing it right here, it should have committed, but I'm not sure. I'll definitely double check that. Alright, everything looks good that I just checked out, and the small run with 1 to 2 trades, it showed the empty state message, like basically saying like you need to make more trades, but that goes back to another thing. Like, this is about investing. Like, this shouldn't be framing it in trades. So I don't know if that's something you think you want to change right now to run through this, or just wait till the like whole build is done and then go through and make sure that everything's like lined up with investing and not trading. And I think that's another thing I was going to add is like the way some of this is set up. I think it should show some people that, like, you know, what they're doing is more towards like trading And, you know, a lot of people aren't aware of that. So, like, I want this to kind of, like, you know, let people know. And if that's possible to do without having, you know, any extra API cost, I want to do that. But let me know what you think. If handle these things first or just go on to phase 4 and then do that stuff. Respect every time. Thank you for the compliments on the app so far. And I'm really glad I'm able to do as much as I'm able to do on the free tier. My whole goal is to really, like, in providing as much value as possible, is to have a platform where anybody can come on, that you don't need to spend any money, and you can basically like get good at investing. And then the paid tier is just like, you can pay, like, once you get good, then you'll see the value of the paid tier, and that how that can take you to like another level. Yes, I agree. Take care of this stuff before moving to phase 4. What's next to learn? I was talking with people on the stream and we were looking into the charts, and basically like HY3 and Kimi seem to be the top two for programming for vibe coding or agents. And I know someone else was saying that these charts aren't updated very frequently, so that like that might be outdated. But help me understand, like give me a rundown. What is High 3? What is Kimi? I guess just like very, very simple, like, you know, how they're different from the other agents, and then like what it looks like is their capabilities better compared to like Claude or Codex based on the research you can find. All right. So I see, looking at the chat, you wrote them down today from a conference you listened to today. And Cursor 2.5 and Codex are leading American models right now. Interesting. Cursor. Wow. I didn't know Cursor was getting that good. I gotta look into Cursor more. I kind of like, kind of stopped paying attention to Cursor. Even though that was the very first tool that I used. And I just thought it was so basic that I'd never use it again. But yeah, I'll look into that more once I start cooking again with Claude and add those. All right, so we got nothing to really test, but I think it's fine. go ahead and commit and use that message. Feature ship time machine heuristic mirror with trader style pattern phase 3. Tried the new Grok terminal, waste of time. That's mostly what I'm hearing. I guess I only heard one thing about the actual terminal for Grok, but I feel like everything I hear about Grok is a waste of time. It's just not finding any use case outside of if you're using it on X platform to search something real quick. But anything outside of that seems like it's not the right tool for the job. I would say I'm ready for phase 4. Start the build. And I know in the back of my mind when I started this last phase, I should be checking for context. But I feel like this phase 4 is the last phase, and I think even though the context is probably getting up there, it would make way more sense to me to build the phase 4 when the context is getting heavy than to start up a fresh new terminal and have to remind it of everything. But usually I would be checking the context. Whoa, Grok is $300 a month? If that's what I think you're saying, that's... Wow. That's strange. So that high 3, massive open source mixture of experts, MOE. It's a reasoning model developed by tech giant Tencent. Build it explicitly for slow thinking reasoning, long horizon terminal control. Specializes in taking a single multi-step prompt and executing it across complex workflows. It's cheap to run on open source routing networks. Dynamic reasoning level toggle. Even Grok heavy randomly throttles. $300 a month. It should be not having any problems. Let's see. Kimmy. Agent swarm orchestration. Main thing people like about it. Wow. Because I mean, even Claude can swarm multiple agents, but I've only seen it maybe do maybe 3 to 5, I'm guessing, when I've been using it. But this Kimmy is 300 specialized sub-agents that collaborate across thousands of coordinated steps to build full stack workflows. Custom design and vision engine. I think Elon's clowning us again. I would not be surprised. Um, I don't know what happened when he was just working on Tesla. Seemed like he knew what he was doing and everything, like was doing the right thing, and then got into politics. Tried to like run all these different businesses. I guess he was still doing that. Like Tesla, he was like, I think the main thing, like what I see is like Elon was like putting 100% of his focus mostly into Tesla. And that's when he was doing really well. And then he started trying to do like, you know, like 10 different things at once. And then they just all, you know, that's the lesson I've learned. Like being an entrepreneur, it's like there's so many good ideas. And it's so difficult to like stick to that one thing at a time. But you know, AI is solving that issue. I mean, I can build multiple businesses and like run them like once I get them all like set up with the systems and everything, but I still like I know I gotta focus on just building one at a time. Otherwise, it would just like my focus would be like way too spread out, and the energy that comes with that focus would not be applied correctly. Most standard open source models like Llama or Mistral are reactive. You ask a question and they give you an answer immediately. But Hi3 and Kimi are autonomous executors. They are designed to sit inside local terminal agent frameworks like OpenClaw. When you give them a goal, they don't just write code blocks, they sit in your terminal, run the code, read their own error logs, open a browser window to test the UI. Does make sense that these are the main models for people using like the OpenClaw. I did research. I was looking into OpenClaw and thinking about doing it, but I think the Hermes agent is really the direction I want to go. OpenClaw just has like too many risks with it, I think. I like the idea of Hermes much better. But who knows, maybe OpenClaw will get better in the future. Right. Phase 5 of 5. So most the standard agents, okay, capabilities. So like Claude model Anthropic, High 3, Kimi, through OpenClaw, open weight, open source. Sounds like most people use them through OpenRouter, which is definitely OpenRouter seems to make the most sense for these agents. Just like you know, it costs like a little bit more per than if you were to just use the regular API, but when you use OpenRouter, it's much simpler to just switch between agents. Which sounds like if you're using, the main reason is being if you were to use like an OpenClaw or Hermes agent, essentially it'd be like you have different tasks that would require different agents, or not even require, but different tasks would make more sense to have different levels of agents. Like you wouldn't want like the highest level of agent on every task probably. So for Claude, human in the loop, that's the main thing. Like I'm still learning. High level pair programmer, Claude checks your files, suggests edits, asks you for your permission to execute. These other ones are like for the swarm, full autonomy. Like works in the background. You're not checking in on it. Make sure everything's good. Codex is just inline text, autocomplete. Doesn't have an environment. That must mean it's like working straight from the IDE. High 3 Kimi have deep environment tools. They use MCP to control your file system, search engine, and terminal. So they can go into, I mean, they go into your file system, search engines, and terminal. And I mean, like from what I understand, Claude and Codex both can go into your file system, but just not your search engine and terminal. Which would make more sense if you had the agent, because the agent would be accessing that stuff. But that's like the main thing with like security, like maybe some things, but if it's getting into your computer, I don't know if it's worth the risk still. Plus I'm just getting into the like agent capability of like where I feel like my skills are at. Looking at the chat, they run free tokens a lot, so that must be OpenRouter. You can let it switch to the cheapest, most efficient agent. That's what I heard too. They'll have like, you know, maybe an agent that costs like money will be like free for like a week or two. So then you can like test it out and stuff and find out if it's actually worth paying for. So this is awesome. Like I'm really excited about getting into the world of agents. I mean, I guess Claude is an agent, but I don't know what the right word would be, like autonomous agent maybe. So I did it. I did this whole build with without having to compact the conversation. It's going to be interesting to see where the context is. If it's under 70%, I would be impressed. Just committing now, push, check the context. And then there's another part that of this build that I can definitely do in like a new, fresh context terminal. And this was max effort too. That's pretty good. So the guru insight from Gemini is saying my current stack, Claude, is like the master guru sitting with me, guiding me line by line. High 3 and Kimmy are like massive high energy groups of people filled with hundreds of individuals working all at once. It's like a bigger force of energy, but I need to understand how to direct that energy before I let the swarm loose on things that, you know, matter, like a business or like anything that would have personal information, even just my like access to a computer that they could, you know, delete something. So it's like it's possible, but I'm glad I've been putting this off until I feel like very comfortable understanding how to direct that energy. All right, so update the memory, yes, do that, and then push it to GitHub. I like the idea of an agent swarm, but I like the setup I have right now based on what I'm doing, mainly for control and security purposes. But I can start to see use cases where I want to start with the you know, the agent swarms. But I'm starting to like do research and look more into Hermes agent. And let me know, like, what do you think about Hermes agent compared to OpenClaw, especially in regards to like security? It sounds like I could use the same, you know, open router and use High 3 or Kimmy and set them up the same way. But how would that be different on like a Hermes agent versus OpenClaw? Push to GitHub. Then I get to check the context. It's like it missed it. I'll try it again. There we go. Whoa, only 41%. That's awesome. So I might even be able to do the next build on here. I mean, I totally should be able to. Wow. I feel like I should do auto first real quick. So I'm thinking what I want to do is like audit all this stuff real quick. And I want you to give me a prompt that I can give to Codex in another window. And then I'll have Codex do the audit, and then I'll paste the results back to you and see if anything needs to be fixed. Always like to do a Codex audit. Definitely find that it catches things that Claude misses almost every time I do a Codex audit off of Claude's work. Alright, so getting down to it, talking about I'm on the bleeding edge of open source engineering. Hermes agent versus OpenClaw. They handle security, execution, and memory fundamentally different. One is more like a freelance task runner, and the other is like a sovereign enterprise employee. So Hermes is like a sandbox vault. Zero trust security first philosophy. Designed to assume the AI will try to make a mistake or get hacked, and it builds walls around it. That's the main reason that I'm going with Hermes agent, and maybe I do OpenClaw in the future and it gets better, but that's number one to me right there. Real sandboxing forces all code execution into secure isolated backends. You can choose local Docker containers. So if agent generates a script that accidentally deletes a folder, it only deletes it inside a temporary Docker bubble. The actual Windows or Linux host machine remains completely untouched. That is money. And it scans its own SQLite memory database for prompt injection attacks before storing them. So like if somebody, you know, tries to give an agent a hidden command, it'll detect the wrong command and filter it out. That's awesome. All right, we got the Codex prompt. .5 high Codex. So with OpenClaw, security model relies heavily on you setting it up correctly. There's a direct host vulnerability. So you can still have the same Docker Compose stack, but you have to set it up yourself. And if like somebody hacks it and puts in the script into it, it can take that down. Whereas sounds like with Hermes Agent, it's just like there. And I mean, I'm just kind of guessing that it sounds like it's built in to where it can't be taken down, the like walls for the Docker. So the core difference is skills versus manuals. If you hook up the exact same Hi3 model through OpenRouter, they will behave completely different because of their underlying logic loops. OpenClaw is an instruction follower, relies on ClawHub, library of human written skill templates. You just download the tool or template, tell the agent to use it, and it will follow the steps. Hermes is an evolving worker, and this is the other thing that I was like, yeah, this is what sounds so awesome to me that I want to like implement it sooner than later. Hermes has a closed loop learning system. If you ask it to run a complex task, Hermes observes its own success, reflects on it, and writes its own reusable skill file. The next time you ask it to do that task, it doesn't think from scratch. It loads its self-created skill. OpenClaw is designed to connect to over 24 different community platforms. Like Discord, Slack, WhatsApp. And then Hermes is more like a background cloud employee. All you need is like a $5 cloud server. You can talk to it on Telegram or Discord. Runs automatic cron jobs. Like does something at a certain time, you tell it to do it. So like the guru's advice is OpenClaw is like meditation in a public park. Like anyone can go there and meditate. There's a lot of space, but you're exposed to the elements. You know, all kinds of different forces could be there that have access to your meditation, to, you know, things like that, if you understand that consciousness level. And Hermes Agent is like meditation inside of like more like maybe a cave in the mountains. Hermes is the architecture that matches your desire for control. I feel like that pretty much sums it up. Alright, we got the audit results. Found 3 high issues, so that's good. Claude missed these. And I think at the end of the day, one of the big things too is like the human in the loop still matters a lot, in my opinion. You know, the AI can build great things, but it's making decisions that like lack the human element. Like humans are connected to like a higher source that gives guidance that computers just don't have. So, you know, building something out, just starting at, you know, the first step, you know, as a human, you don't really know where that's going to take you. And you just kind of like, you know, you figure it out as you go. And like consciousness and guidance, like to source, is really what like guides you through this. So, you know, the AI is gonna like just like go through its reasoning and like think and like do what it's like knows what to do through its programming. But there's no, like I'm saying, there's no human element to it. And I think the main thing with AI is no matter how good it gets, no matter how good like we as humans get at orchestrating it to like do a specific task, they're still going to be missing that human element. Like an artist that like paints a picture, like, you know, there's that human element into it. And the more complex of a task that you do, the more compounding the like missing of the human element is going to be, I think, over time. So it's all about like using this stuff as like a tool. And I think like not automating like everything. I mean, you could, like, it depends on the task too. I think one of the best things about Open Routers, or I mean, OpenClaw, if they could get the secure, or if like there was a way to totally bypass the security issue, is that would save so much time and be so awesome to like go on the browser and do tasks, you know, like go through my, you know, bank account, find all my, you know, receipts on everything for the year and like do my taxes for me. Like that would be like so awesome. I can't stand doing taxes. It's so boring to me. But would I trust OpenClaw to go into my bank and like go through all my records and all my credit cards and do my taxes? No way. Like I would not do that. I would not feel good. Like no. But like if there was a way to do that, I mean that like stuff like that. Like it doesn't really matter if the human's in the loop. Like building a business. I mean, you could have, I've seen people that have had like programmed like, you know, these agents to like build the whole business for them. And they just give it an idea and it just goes and does everything to build the business. And I'm just like, you know, that like that's cool and I see it and I see how like there's value there, but it's totally like missing the human element of like understanding like the understanding your target market and your customers and like, you know, providing value, and a lot of those things just aren't there 100%. Like it does a good job of kind of doing it, but I don't see it that it's like it's just not providing the same level of value as like having the human in the loop to like make sure that everything is like done correctly. Looks like that audit went through pretty good. Push to GitHub. Got that locked in. Time to win. If you're just tuning in, you know you gotta hit the like button. Making massive progress every day. Feature's done. So moving on to the next thing, which is gonna be, let's see. It was basically like this feature to make it live so the years are correct. Okay. So I'll show you guys what I did with this feature. You can check it out. Looks like this would be the pro dashboard. Okay, this is the free tier dashboard for the steady saver archetype. So this is like the new part. This is the patterns that come from doing the journaling with the paper trading. And again, even though it's like called paper trading, that doesn't mean trading. That just means like you're investing with fake money. So this is all free on the free tier. Made the time machine better with the journaling option for buy and sell. So I can just go 1 year at a time. I don't want to sell yet. Alright, so it's working. Patterns. I didn't make any sells. I needed to do more. That might change over time depending on like how I see users using it. So yeah, I mean that's working right. On to the next track. So you're saying to option of give me another audit prompt for the fixes. Do you think that's a good idea? Do you think that's something I should do? I noticed that Claude says that a lot, and then most of the time after it does the fixes, it doesn't find anything new. So I just want to see what it says. Maybe there was some like major fix it made that it thinks it's a really good idea, but I don't know. We'll see. Honest take, probably not. That's what I thought. All right. Check the context again. If I'm under 50%, I think it might make sense to do that on this window. 48%. All right. All right, so the next thing I want to do is make it so the time machine has accurate data based on the years. And first question I have is right now the context is at 48%. I'd like to try and keep this build under 70%. So I'm wondering, do you think this is something that it would make more sense to start up a new fresh terminal for this this part of the build? Because I think you were saying before this is like more complex. And let me know what you think. I think the main thing is, I guess, do you need the context of everything we just did in this terminal to get the accurate data on it? There we go. Fresh terminal is the right call. Yes, do both. Yes, do both. Memory note and kickoff prompt. Alright, so I'm going to improve a feature that I have on here called the time machine. And basically, right now, it's mock data for the prices and the stocks, from what I understand. So I'm going to change that to real data, so it's accurate data based on like the correct year and like the prices of the stocks. And I've got a prompt that I'm going to give you that's basically like catching you up on all the background information. And then I will get into reasoning with you based on like how we're going to get that that accurate data in there. So let me know what you think are your best ideas on how to get the accurate data in there, mainly for like the cheapest way. So like, you know, it will take some kind of API to get this data, I'm guessing, unless like, you know, you could just scrape the internet to get it or something like that. But I don't know what the options are. One idea I have is basically like, I know I could get like some free APIs and it could go back and it could get that data and it could just cache it, because I mean, it's not going to change. It's like previous prices and history of stuff. Or else, even if I didn't need to get an API, could just, I know like Yahoo Finance is like, I don't need to get an API. You can just like go into it and get the data through it, and then you could cache it. So let me know what you think, if you have any better ideas. So now I'll paste the prompt. Welcome back to the chat, C Films. Doing pretty good. How about you? Giving thanks every time for life and health and strength and vibe coding, and you know, all types of coding and agents to make things better, marketing, business, abundance mindset. Everybody in the chat, building up the community, the unity, everyone building each other up, just like the code. Just giving thanks every time. Feeling like I'm getting to a new level. Definitely see an upgrade in the skills. You're wondering about adding current stock prices for major companies in the Northwest US to the C Films website. Well, I think the main thing to consider is you would need an API, and it might be possible to get a free API and have it cache the prices, that you could just do it like once a day maybe. The main thing I'm thinking is I feel like that kind of like, that's like a totally different niche than what you're doing with the entertainment stuff. But I mean, you could always try it and see how it works. I think, especially, you're focused on SEO, that might, like, throw things kind of off. But if it's something you wanted to try, I wouldn't say no, because, like, there's a lot of things that you don't really know if it works until you try it. Maybe even, like, it would make more sense if those companies were like movie, like even Netflix, or like I don't know if, like, Disney might be one, or like the certain movie production studios might have their own stocks if they're publicly traded companies. Maybe that would make more sense than just companies that are just like random companies that exist. Because if you're doing those like entertainment companies that are like, movie companies, then that could get your outreach for your site and still stay in your niche, to where like you're reaching like, kind of like a new market of people that are looking for that. And then if they're already looking that up, then they can see the rest of your stuff on your site. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Days, I guess. And so basically, like, that's what it is anyway. I know some years might be a little different, like a leap year, holidays, whatever. But the way this works is like through the time machine, people can fast forward a week, a month, or the full year through the whole time. And because it's random years, it doesn't show the dates like a usual stock chart would show at the bottom. I think how it's set up is just showing like, like month 1, month 2 of year 1, stuff like that. So that being said, it sounds like for option 2, teach engine about variable weeks would like be a bigger build, but it would be more accurate looking chart. So like that's what I'd rather do. But let me know if I'm understanding this correctly, and anything else that you could think of to add to it that might help. I'm not really sure about this one. So I see you recommended. Sounds like it's storing it right on the project. And it looks like the other option is like on Supabase. And I'm not really sure, like, I think if it can store it on the project, because from what I understand, it should only need to cache it one time. This stuff is not changing And it's not adding on like new years as like, you know, time goes by. Maybe I'm wrong about that last part. Let me know what you think so I can understand this better to make a better decision. Looking back at the chat, Microsoft, Amazon, Nike, Starbucks are headquartered in Northwest US. Definitely, those are like the main ones, I think. A lot of tech out there. Coffee. I've always wondered why coffee is like so popular in that region compared to everywhere else. But anyways, Nike for sports, Amazon for Amazon Prime Video. Yeah, that's a good idea. I think that way, you know, it just doesn't seem like it's random. Like you're tying it into like, you know, what your site is, like what the niche is. Otherwise, I think it'll be like the marketing aspect of it, especially for like, you know, the search engines and everything. It'll think you're trying to reach like a stock. You know, I think it'll still reach a stock crowd, but it'll just, I don't know, I might be wrong, but that's kind of where my mind's going with it. So yeah, that's a good idea that you had, that you can still bring in those major companies. I don't know about Starbucks though. You might have to stretch to tie that to something with movies and sports. And Echo Live, respect every time. Do I play games? Mostly chess. I know a lot of people out here play checkers, but I don't really play video games. I just like to like play chess for the most part. Like this project I'm building right now is investing. Investing kind of feels like a game to me. Yeah. All right, I was smarter than Claude on that one. Claude wanted me to do some like extra steps that would have even probably costed API tokens. I was like, wait, that doesn't make sense to me. I feel like this could be done easier than that. Sure enough, it was like, you're right. Didn't need to do all that. Made it sound more difficult than it had to be. There we go. No doubt. You think you would not add Starbucks? Probably a good idea. Another idea I just had, I don't know if you had TV shows, like even maybe like TV shows from the past that were there. You should call it like the sitcoms. Okay, so I'm understanding Hermes Agent and OpenClaw much better now. And definitely I want to go with Hermes Agent for a few reasons. But one thing I still don't understand is like, so like Hermes Agent from what it seems like is like more like one agent. Or here's where I might be confused. OpenClaw is like a platform where you can have like like the multi-agent, like I think you were saying it was Kimmy that you can spawn like 300 agents. So is that only possible that OpenClaw has like all those agents working? Or is Hermes Agent also where you can have it like running all these multiple agents through like one Hermes Agent? Because from what I thought I read on the research setting up Hermes Agent, you'd want to have like different agents for like set up one Hermes Agent for like one project and another Hermes Agent for another project, whereas OpenClaw, you just have like one OpenClaw and it like kind of like you direct it and it can control everything. Help me understand this better. Welcome to the chat, Colors. Respect every time. How you doing? Definitely. Every day I'm vibe coding, almost every day. Good to see you new to the chat, and you know, there's a good community here. Definitely building out businesses and business systems. So, you know, it just gets better over time. Just launched the first MVP for the first paid app. Working on version 1 of that. Did the version 1 of the marketing dashboard for this app. Building things out one at a time and automate it. Get the system down and just building the business empire one by one. And any questions you have, especially about business and marketing, abundance mindset, that is my background. I'm maybe like 4 months into this vibe coding agentic orchestration. Am I in many Discord communities for vibe coding? No, I'm not in any. I'm planning on. I did create one, but didn't set up the security right. Learned a good lesson, and I just decided to start over fresh with the Discord. Still early on my journey. So it's on my list of things to do. I'll get the Discord set up. I think I might still have an old link for Discord on the, it looks like you're in Twitch. So I need to get that down and get the new one up when I get that going. And I'll get the new one set up right with security right. And then probably check out a lot more Discord communities that are similar. See what kind of value I can provide with those. You say 4 months in, good time to join. The Discord, I think you mean tools are much better than a few years back. That's what it sounds like. So I just got to, it's on my list, just got to get to it. All right, so I don't know how to paste the output. Can you walk me through this, or else, I mean, like, I guess where is the output? Because if it's on this project, couldn't you just like access it from this project so I wouldn't have to paste it? Help me understand this. Seattle has a women's hockey league team. I did not know that. I'm guessing like pro. I didn't know there was a pro women's hockey. That's cool. I know I didn't know Seattle was a big hockey place either. I guess they do get snow, but must be mostly like indoor. Yeah, hockey's not like, I never played hockey. I never got into hockey. I'm like basketball and football. I never even really watch it, so I don't really know much about it. A good friend of mine plays a lot, but I just never got into that one. Hockey and baseball, I think, are like my two least favorite sports. So Colors left Twitch for Discord. Not sure what you mean, because I think you're on Twitch talking to me right now. So said it's been a good move. You might come back to Twitch one day, though. Oh, I hear you. 4 months into vibe coding is a good time to join the space. Definitely. Like, vibe coding, I think, has made a ton of improvements since I started, even. But even, like, right when I started, it's like, I feel like it was just getting to a new level where the quality went way up. What am I trying to have the output in? Not sure what output you're talking about. You stopped streaming to build a community on Discord. You had 5K contacts with no tooling when you started. That's interesting. Yeah, Discord's like one of the least platforms I understand. I just haven't used it that much, so definitely on my list. Definitely still learning about it too. So I mean, it seems to me like it's not running anymore. Like like it should have been done. So I'm not really sure what's going on that it's not showing up. I waited like another 2 minutes before I responded. I don't know if there's anything I could check on the localhost browser that would help. But I mean, as far as I see, it does not look like Claude is running right now. Yes, I'm on LinkedIn. I believe there is a link on the Twitch site. Output as in the terminal is saying it's going to save an output. Do I know what format it's trying to save as or what directory it's saving in? Oh yes, like what it's doing right now. It's collecting stock data. So I don't remember which output it said it was. I think it was JSON. Yeah, script writes JSON files. I understand better now what you're saying. That's the file that it's writing the data to. I could manually check it, which is what I might need to do if it's not seeing it. But I want to see if it can do it automatic first, and if it can't, then I'll manually. All right, so I just ran that in the PowerShell, and I will paste the error message I got back. So it looks like it didn't work, and let me know what you think. I'd like to see if you can do this, but if not, like, then I would do it. And also, I'm like live on stream right now broadcasting this, so that's another reason I'm just being careful about like opening up files and stuff. So let me know what you think. Welcome back to the chat, Alex. Brother from another mother, no doubt. Gonna keep it up every day I can. That's the plan. Build up the community of unity and lift everybody up and build it up, you know? It's all about the abundance. We can all run this together, so it's good to see, and I'm seeing it. Like, this is just the beginning. Everything's gonna keep getting bigger and better over time, and we're all like the day ones here. And I know, like, when I get to the next level, and I'm just like, you know, I feel like I'm just catching up to the curve where everything's like at right now. And then, you know, I get to that level, and then I'll break through to something new that nobody else can do. And you know, I'll be at one of the top in the game. And all the day ones, I'll remember your name from the start. So definitely good to see you again. There's also a fetch log. May need to work out what's being actually pulled to where, if there's discrepancies. That's not a terminal command. That's probably why the that error message came back. I definitely have the like the passwords and the keys and stuff all set up right with Claude MD. This is just something new, and this is like basically what I'm doing is I'm using Yahoo Finance to get this data. And I think what the problem is maybe Yahoo Finance doesn't have this much history of the data that I need, so it's like not coming back. So I want to see if like Claude can figure out like what the issue is, because that's what I'm guessing it is. And in that case, like I don't think it's a problem with the data not being there. I think it's just like the data is not accessible. Yahoo Finance is like kind of the like most simple finance API, so I had to start with that. And if it's not working, then I can go and get like a free API key and just have it fetch that data and then cache it. But I'm kind of like, I appreciate your help. You're definitely helping me understand certain parts of this better. So I'm based, man, I've been like all over. Seasonally, usually winter time in the mountains, snowboarding. Spring and fall, usually like to be in the desert, mountain biking. Surfing sometimes, but right about now is Midwest, pretty much like Chicago to Minneapolis. How about you, Alex? Not sure if you told me before where you are based out of. Build a set of scrapers. I can do it without needing APIs. That's what I was thinking. Like, I could just hook up, I know I've used, I think it's called like Exa or something like that. But definitely gonna see what Claude comes back with here. Looks like it figured it out. Awesome. Exa is trash. That's good to know. That was the first one I've tried. I mean, the main reason I remember I did that one when I was doing research was it seemed like Exa had more free calls. I don't know what it was per week or per day than its competitors. But that's good to know. Like, why do you think Exa is trash? And then what do you think is, what in your opinion is the best scraper tool for implementation, I guess, with like an agent? So Alex, born in New York, right now living in Bali. That's one place I want to be. Bali sounds great. I guess, what did you, that's one thing I was wondering is like, how difficult is it to like live there? Cause like, also I don't really like, you know, I travel so much, I don't really like feel like I live anywhere anymore. But I mean, let's say I wanted to go to Bali for like, you know, more than a year. Cause from what I understand, I think when I looked into it, you can only set up something for like a month. And then you can extend it for maybe like up to 6 months or something like that. And Bali sounds like a hub of like entrepreneurs like myself. So sounds like a good place where I would want to be. They got the surfing scene and a lot of nature. So that's what I would like to do out there. A lot of like meditation, stuff like that. Really sounds like a lot of spiritual people out there. So that would be awesome that I get out there at some point. So Colors is saying you have sold scrapers for a bunch of things. Not too deep. You hate paying for APIs. I hear that. I feel like most of the times I've had APIs, I've been able to find a way to do it with a free API and cache it, or like find some kind of like you said, a scraper that will do what I need. That's cool though that you it sounds like you build and sell scrapers. Then you can just build them for like specific of what you're doing. Have you ever built any scrapers for like finance stuff, like the stock market? That's basically what I'm working on right now. Because I'm paying something I can do myself. Best to make my own. Respect, that's all I need to start. REST APIs, HTTPS, GraphQL. So you've done crypto and stocks before. That's awesome. I think that's the next thing I'm going to research then. I did not even know that was possible to do something like that. So you've sold a lot of things, been here for a while. That's good to hear. Automations, websites, apps, scrapers, all sorts. Sounds like long-time developer. This is the first 2 years, we're grinding. I bet, but now like, you know, that's usually how it works. I feel like you just got to put in that work in the early days, and then it makes it easier to once you get the system built, outsource, bring people in and stuff like that. Just like, you know, it's tough to outsource things when you don't have a system, and then you can't really like verify whether the person you're hiring is doing the job right. You were brand new back in 24. Okay, that's cool. Community, networking, opportunity. Never had your eggs in one basket. That's what I'm saying. I feel like it's all about having multiple sources of income. That was, I think some of the mentors that I first followed, that was like one of the first things that really got me out of that mindset of like, you know, a job is secure, like kind of the mindset everybody has is like, a job is more secure, it's hard to run a business, and like it's super like, unpredictable. But when you look at it from another perspective, it's like actually when you have a job, that's like one source of income. And that your employer decides like, how much to pay you, and lose your job, and then you have no income until you find the next one. So you just got to shift your mindset. It's all about abundance, learning multiple things, AI leads, different avenues, building a lot of things just to learn. I hear that. And that's what I first did to start. The first phase was 30 apps in 30 days. Just built like really basic apps just to like learn the game. And that really like expanded my mind of what was possible to build. And I'll just keep on building. And like, I got the mindset like, I'm learning so much, and I believe that this niche, this trend is only going to get bigger and better. And I'm super early. And like, even like this business, if I'm building it right now, even if it fails, right? Like, even if nobody uses it, like I'll still learn a ton that I can apply to the next business. And then that business will be better from everything that like, I didn't do right with this business. And I mean, this skill set I'm gaining from like building this stuff is like super valuable. And I think it's only going to be more and more value as time goes by. Definitely learning to earning. And I always like learning difficult things. I feel like I read a lot. I've always been like reading a lot and learning a lot. I'm very good at like self-directing, like learning path, especially since AI came out. I feel like when AI came out, my brain just like expanded overnight. Like the speed of learning for how I used to have to learn before just like went like 100x. And it just keeps getting better. And the more I learn, the more I realize what's possible, and expand my mind to learn better things and bigger things. And that's the game right there. Respect. So my LinkedIn, I just did a post there last night. I think it's in the I'm gonna pull up Twitch right now because I thought I put it in the description. So I should double check that. If not, see, it's not showing on the description. So where would it be then? I'm not sure, but what I'm gonna do is go on to YouTube. I'm gonna get it from the YouTube description and just paste it in the chat. there we go. The LinkedIn flow. Definitely good to be able to meet more builders. I feel like I'm still learning a lot, and I don't know that there's that much I can teach other people yet, but I know in the future, just keep going and be at that point. Send a link to Discord via LinkedIn. Don't want randoms joining it. I hear that. I will do that. Definitely excited to check that out. So let's see. Oh, this is. I'm very grateful that I found this vibe coding. I mean, this was like the missing link to like my business skill set, and I'm giving thanks like every day. And even then, like to like do this build on live stream came with so many more benefits than I could have ever imagined. It was just like, you know, I thought it'd be cool, like, you know, build it live, and as I got better, I could like help people build things themselves and stuff like that. But what I found was like right from the start, most of my audience was people who understood this better than me, and they were always stepping in at the right time when I got stuck and helping me through things that AI couldn't just like figure out itself. So like, I think my learning curve like made a major impact on like how quick I learned everything. And then like my background more in like business and marketing, I've been able to help a lot of people with you know, developers that are building stuff that don't understand business and marketing that well. So, you know, it's all karma. It's all about providing as much value as I can, and then the value comes back. Definitely feeling like I'm in the right place at the right time. Started enough businesses to know when something is working how I feel like it should be working, and just keep going with that. Moving and making progress. Making moves and getting better all the time. So you like Discord, so many people, so much to teach, all talking and once and sharing. Something special about streaming too, no doubt. So like I think that's another thing. I feel like I was using Discord wrong. It was mainly like a message board the way I had it before. And that probably is like, that gives me ideas that like maybe I could go on like Discord, like, you know, for like maybe a half hour before or after a stream, and just kind of like, you know, talk about it, or even like find a way to like be on a Discord server while like talking while I'm on stream maybe. Definitely need to do more research on that and understand how to implement it right. Last time I did not know what I was doing, and you know, just learned lessons, I guess. very much looking forward to joining the Discord, checking out different servers, and seeing what I can learn and offer on there. 5 phases done. I think I'd rather keep it as is, because then I'd have to, like, you know, of certain years where they split, it might confuse people, I'm thinking. So basically, keep that as is, and it sounds like you didn't have to, like, make any changes to the chart. Is that correct? Like, you just, like, it's still the same chart working the same way it did before. It's just new data, so, like, it still looks the same as far as the chart. It's just the data is new for, like, the prices and the stocks. And the other question I have is, now that it looks like the ticker dropped down, lost some of the stocks on it. I think that's not a big deal, but if I wanted to in the future, it sounds like I could just come on here and then, like, add more stock tickers, and I could go fetch the data. And also, just to confirm, like, everything is good with, like, Yahoo Finance. Like, I don't ever need to, like, be relying on that Yahoo Finance to, like, call anything. Everything is cached and saved. So, like, it's all, like, in the project. And it should still run lean. It's not a big deal that I have it on the actual project and not in a database that's external. Let me know about these things. Just looking back at the chat, if you're still here, it's good to see you. And definitely, I'll be checking those things out. Thank you for the info. And have a good night, or whatever it is, wherever you're at. So keep it up and build great things. And if you ever have anything you want me to check out, any projects you're working on, I'll definitely give you my opinion. I'm thinking, let's do a commit and then go ahead and give me a prompt that I can give to Codex to do an audit based on everything we just did. And then I'll give you the results of that. Start with the commit now though. Yeah. Working on adding Seattle Torrent women's hockey team to the Seattle Fact page. There you go. The Torrent. Like, what is a torrent? I don't know. I think the team, what is it? The Seattle Kraken, I think it's called. If that's soccer or hockey, I'm not sure. I went to a baseball game once in Seattle. I was just like there, tourism, walking around, and big crowd of people all walking in the same direction. I was like, where are they going? So I just like joined the crowd and going to the baseball game. And I walked up to the ticket window, and I was like, how much is a ticket? And they were like, oh, it's like, I don't know, like $20, $30 or something. And I was like, oh, okay. And then someone came behind me. They're like, dude, I have an extra ticket. You can just have my ticket for free. And I was like, all right, that's awesome. Thank you. And it was like a box seat ticket. Like, it was like over like $100 ticket. It was an awesome ticket. So, didn't other than that, just kind of like been around Seattle for like the coast and downtown. Checked out the city a couple times. A lot of stuff I like about Seattle. Seems like a cool place. The more you hang around, the more I'll learn about the Northwest US. There you go. Because that is one area that I do not know that well. I would have to say, drove through Portland, went mountain biking up in Mount Hood, I think it was. Seattle I tried mountain biking out there, but the ground was like so muddy and wet that it wasn't like the best place for it. Vancouver, went there like many years ago. Really like those islands off the coast of Vancouver. Definitely the Seahawks are a good team. I mean, yeah, they won the Super Bowl. Okay, Kraken is the hockey. Mariners, yep, that's baseball. Sounders, soccer. Storm is women's basketball. Rain, women's soccer. Torrent is the hockey. Okay. They got some good sports out there. They definitely need a NBA team though. I think that's what I was hearing was the NBA might expand and add another team in Las Vegas and Seattle. Looks like the audit is done. Nothing major. That makes sense. Torrents, like waterways, like a torrent of water. Momentum and relentlessness. C Film's always coming through with the interesting data. I feel like you'd probably be probably do pretty good on like a Jeopardy game or something like that. Got all the facts. Welcome to the chat. Get pushed, get paid. Am I using alpaca? I don't believe I am. I'll have to look into that one. Sounds kind of familiar. Maybe I'm confusing it with the llama or olama or whatever that is. I think I gotta look that one up. Vancouver's got a women's hockey team too. That's interesting. Did not know that. I guess, yeah, Canada, definitely, that makes sense. Canada's like hockey. I think that's their like national sport. And then basketball. That's another fact. I know basketball was invented in Canada. doing this second audit problem. Not sure how necessary it is, but might as well. Basketball first used peach baskets. I did not know that. I know I've seen basketball with what do you call it? Like the milk crates, the like plastic square milk crate thing. Naismith. Definitely remember that word. He invented it, 1891. Fruit baskets is the first hoops. Now today it has evolved. You catch the game last night? The OKC San Antonio that went into triple overtime. That was one of the best games I've seen in a long time. Tonight was crazy too. I was watching just like the score Gamecast while I was streaming. I saw it was fourth quarter. Cleveland was up like 20 points. I was like, oh man, that's over. Cleveland's won this one. Knicks came back and tied it at the last second, went into overtime, and then Knicks won it. It's like, man, basketball is getting good. Remember last year, the finals wasn't so good. OKC won that one like easy. I think right about now the Western Conference Championship that's going on with OKC and San Antonio is going to be better than the actual finals. The NBA Finals did go to 7 games last year. You're right. Maybe that was 2 years ago. I gotta look that up. Oh yeah, because that was Indiana. And I was like, Indiana, like, I was really surprised they made it. And then what's his name got hurt? Halliburton got hurt. I definitely thought it was going to be New York last year, and then Indiana surprised everybody. 2024 or 24 was 4-1. That's probably what I was thinking of. Oh yeah, the Mavericks and the Celtics. That's right. I remember Luka made it. And then the Mavericks traded Luka for Anthony Davis, and then it was like, I'll never understand that one. But they were looking like a better team until they got to the finals, I think. The Celtics were just really that good that year too. Spurs and Knicks final. That would be good. I think that would be better than Spurs and OKC, or I mean, OKC and Knicks. I was thinking for the longest time it was going to be OKC and Knicks, like OKC would beat the Spurs easily. So I was really shocked last night when I saw that. That was something else. Like that was a close game all the way, and those guys were playing hard, and that was like just kept getting better and better. Are the Celtics overrated now? I'm not sure. Like, I haven't really followed like how they were rated, but I think the main thing is like Tatum coming back from that injury late in the season. I mean, he's their best player. He didn't get to play out the season. Definitely, I think their team is not as good as it was back in, other than Tatum and what's his name? I think Brown. Other than those guys, I don't think their team is as good this year than it was back in 2024. Then, I mean, Tatum got injured, so it was like, you know, I think he just came back too late in the season. If he'd have been there more in the season, I think they'd have had a better chance. But the Knicks, though, they I'm sure, especially after last year, they're definitely super hungry to make it to the finals. Commit and push to GitHub. All right, I think, wait, hold up. Go ahead and commit those, the things that are, the files that are still uncommitted. And then, push to GitHub. Well, anyway, I'm thinking that's about it for today. Starting to lose my focus. Got to take a break. So hopefully you guys got a lot of value off of what I had to say. And until another day, I'll be coming through with something new. So you know what to do. Go ahead and hit the like, subscribe too. And basically I'm just testing to make sure everything went through fine. Other than that, the build went through. Built a lot of great